things out, and we'll be back shortly. All right, Braves Nation, thank you for joining us today. We're in Idaho Falls. We'll be wrestling at two schools here. We have the Idaho Falls High School, which is the old high school, that will be hosting the JV matches. Unfortunately, we do not have a camera available for over there at this point in time. And so we are here at Skyline High School, home of the Grizzlies, where there are 12 mats currently running for the varsity boys and girls matches. We have had a little bit of difficulty getting up and running, so I apologize if we're a little bit late. We did miss one match. I tried to catch the end of that with Kenna Merritt. She able to win by fall in the 107 weight bracket. So good win for Kenna Merritt, and we're going to move on to some of the other matches. This is a huge tournament. We've got over 30 teams here. So in the beginning, we will have a little bit of spotty matches for Star Valley in that they're going to come and go. Sometimes there'll be a break in between. So we'll be taking a break on audio, but we will leave the camera feed up for the whole time. If there's another team that you're looking for, let me know, and I'd be happy to try and catch that match for you. We appreciate the Wyoming Army National Guard for sponsoring this broadcast, for their support of the boys and girls teams, both varsity and JV. And what an awesome thing that we have to be able to broadcast this. Thank you to SVI and their equipment and the network that they run. I've been looking at track wrestling. We do have one wrestler with a mat assignment, which is Kimball Perry. Unfortunately, he will be on mat 12, and that mat is in another gymnasium. So in this gymnasium, we have mats 1 through 6. Mats 1 through 4 will be reserved for the varsity boys. 5 and 6 in this gymnasium will be reserved for the varsity girls, as well as 2 mats in the other gym for the varsity girls. And then there will be on mats 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12, which are scattered throughout the school here. There will also be boys wrestling and some of the girls wrestling going on there. So huge event, huge turnout. Like I said, we do have 30 teams here. Give me 1 second here and I'll give you a list of the teams that we currently have here at the Tiger-Grizz tournament. This is the tournament to beat to in Eastern Idaho. We got teams from Utah. I believe we got a couple from Montana. And obviously just about anybody that's anybody in Idaho is here to wrestle in this meet. Just a great meet that's run really well, especially in this gymnasium. Give me 1 second here and we will pull up the number or who the teams are that are currently in attendance today, just to give you an idea as to how big this tournament is. All right, so on the boys' side, we have, and most of these have girls as well, the girls' teams here as well. We have Corner Canyon, we have Madison, Westlake, Syracuse, Bonneville, Canyon Ridge, Century, Eagle, Grace, Highland, Hillcrest, Idaho Falls, Kuna, Meridian, Minico, Mountain Home, Mountain View, Pocatello, Post Falls, Ridgeline, Rigby, Shelley, Skyline, Snake River, South Fremont, Spring Creek, Star Valley, Teton, Thunder Ridge, and Weiser, I believe is how it's pronounced. So there is an enormous amount of teams here and school, a lot of fans here to support their teams. Makes for a very busy venue. But what an awesome event that we can see this many wrestlers in one place. Kimball Perry is currently wrestling in the other room, I believe. Let me pull up his. Let's take a look and see where he may be. All right, Kimball Perry is still waiting for his match. He looks like he's now been moved to mat 9. Hopefully he will be moved over to another mat that's here within this gymnasium. So we might be able to see him there. Let me check in the girls' bracket, see if we've got any more mat assignments there at this point in time, which we do not. So we are still a little ways out here from a match in this main gymnasium. We will be broadcasting live from here for the entire tournament. There will be moments of silence where we are currently just waiting for some Star Valley wrestlers to hit the mat. So be patient with us, if you would, please. We appreciate you tuning in, and we're glad that we can provide this broadcast to you. We'll be back on here in just a little bit. We're going to take an audio break. Thank you, and we'll be back. All right, welcome back, wrestling fans. We have got Vale Foreman of the 145 weight class coming up on mat number 5, which is the mat that we're zoomed in on currently. Her opponent is Salinas from Minico. Some fakes by Vale, changing levels. Vale in on a single leg, able to get around the corner, and that's going to be a corner single. She's going to get back for a 3-point takedown. Working to flatten her opponent out, digging out an arm. Crossface, and going to lock it right up and go right into the pin there. Well, no, she's probably going to be looking for a tech fall here. So she got 4 near fall points out of that. That should make the score 7-0 in favor of Vale. Vale releases that hold. Looking for getting that arm, that chicken wing in. Now she does. Now looking for a wrist on the other side. She's got some head pressure. Now she's going to go to a power half, and she's going to drive that up and around the head. She's just going to go transition off to a regular half. Going to get the near fall points out of that. That should make it 11-0 in favor of Vale over her opponent Salinas of Minico. Vale's going to go into, she's got a double armbar in right now. She's going to get 4 near fall points out of that. And that should make it 15-0. That should be the tech fall. So good match for Vale. Just looking to get into the higher championship brackets. So yeah, a good one for her, but just a little bit of practice. This opponent's not quite up to her level at this point in time, but hopefully she'll see a little bit harder opponents as she continues on in the championship bracket. So a win for Vale Foreman in the 145 weight bracket, and no other of our girls have mat assignments at this point in time. Neither in the boys' side. Actually, Jason McGrath has a mat assignment. However, it's going to be mat number 10, so that's going to be in the other gym. Kimball Perry did have a match in the meantime in the 120 weight class. He pinned his opponent in 1 minute and 38 seconds, I believe, is what the stat was in there. So a strong start for Kimball Perry as well. Looking for a strong start for Jason McGrath, as he is going to be competing in the 132 weight class. Once again, I apologize. That is going to be on mat number 10, which is in the other gym, so we will not be able to broadcast that particular match. We appreciate you joining us on SVI Media, and we will be back as soon as we have another Star Valley wrestler. Thank you, and we'll be back. Welcome back, Star Valley Wrestling fans. We have got Carly Angel coming up in the 100 weight class over here on mat number 6. That is the mat on the upper right-hand side of your screen. We'll do our best to get as much of that as we possibly can. Carly is wrestling her opponent is Williams. Unfortunately, I don't have where Williams is from. It looks like possibly St. Anthony. And she will be coming up here shortly. We do have some of the boys bracket. There was, let's take a look here as we're waiting for this match to get started. We have Jason McGrath of Star Valley and Maxwell Jerac of Star Valley that are both wrestling in the 132 weight bracket. They are unfortunately both in the other gym, and so we will not be able to see them wrestle. I believe that, let's see here, one of their matches is now complete. That's McGrath, I believe. And I'll get you some results here in just a moment. But in the meantime, we have got Carly Angel coming up for Star Valley over here on mat number 6, the upper right-hand side of your screen. Carly's always moving. She is a quick little wrestler. Some hand fighting. Carly looking for that leg, not able to get there, and they're going to go out of bounds. They're going to center her back up in the middle. Carly looking to clear those arms, I believe, to get underneath and get into a leg, which she's able to do. She does get a leg, and she's able to dump it over, get the hips. The opponent has the hands on the floor, so that is going to be a 3-point takedown for Carly Angel of Star Valley. She's got the head in the hole right now with a headlock. And it looks like she's going to work herself out of bounds, which she does, but they are going to give an escape point to her opponent as they scrambled out of bounds, and Carly lost control there. Brings the score to 3-1 in favor of Carly. And that's going to be a caution on Carly. She started just a touch too soon. We have a lot of whistles going off in here, and it's easy to hear another whistle and go at that point. Carly's going to start on top. Her opponent has cleared the hips. Carly is going to transition off to a leg. She needs to be careful that she does not get a stalling caution. She's able to return her opponent back to the mat. Her opponent working to get around back. Carly's not going to allow that. She's able to return her opponent back into the mat. And her opponent has stepped over the top of their hips. Carly unable to take control of that, but she is able to push her opponent, get back around back, and push her opponent out of bounds. That is going to be 3-1, still in favor of Carly Angel of Star Valley. About 30 seconds left in the first period. Angel starting on top. She's going to transition to an ankle, go back to a tight waist. She's got a cross body underneath. Has a blanket right, so she's got the cross body right on. Able to flatten her opponent out. And she's got an arm bar in, she's got a wrist, and she's going to roll it over the top. She's getting some near fall back points out of this. And her opponent able to squirrel her head out of there. And Carly finds herself out of position, but there is no points awarded for a reversal as we ran out of time. There are 4 near fall back points awarded to Carly. And so that should make the score 7-1 in favor of Angel of Star Valley. Doing the best we can to get that right-hand side of the mat. Unfortunately, these mats do go underneath the mezzanine, just a little bit of where we are posted. Let's see whose choice it is. Looks like they're going to start in the neutral position for the second period. Her opponent in on a single leg. Carly able to neutralize that. She sprawls well. She's putting on she's got a whizzer in, trying to break that lock of her opponent. She's got the leverage in the right position. Pushing around back, able to get around back now after she broke that lock. That's going to make the score 10-1 in favor of Angel. Carly still fighting on top. She's got a chicken wing in. And she's got that wrist, going to drive it back around and off at the top, and that's going to be another 4 near fall points. And let's see if her opponent is able to get her head out of there like she did last time, and she is able to. Carly's still not in a horrible position. She is on bottom, but has not lost control yet, and now she has as her opponent is able to clear her arms. So that's going to be a 2-point reversal for her opponent. That will make the score, but then there's a loss of control going out of bounds as well. So that is going to make the score 12-3 in favor of Angel. At least I believe that is the score. Looks like the referee's going over there to clarify. The scoreboard shows 12-0, but I don't believe that that is accurate. I believe that they awarded an escape point as Carly was losing control at the end of the first period. And then I believe they awarded her her opponent another point as she was scrambling out of bounds here, or with a reversal prior to that. So they're just sorting out the score right now. Back in the center, still in the second period. About 30 seconds left. Still waiting for the scoreboard to get things lined out with the score. And looks like we're ready to go. And then the ref goes to the table. Sometimes track wrestling can be a little bit difficult as they're trying to make sure that they get as accurate as they can in regards to how the points were scored. And it looks like it took them just a minute to sort that out. Back to the neutral position here. Carly in on a single leg. Trying to transition off to a double, unable to do so. Her opponent doing a great job of neutralizing that with a sprawl. Carly back up to her feet. Her opponent in on a single leg. Carly's got the head pushed down into the mat. And they're going to work their way out of bounds. No loss of control. They will start back in the neutral position. Carly in on a single leg, transitioning to a double. And her opponent goes down to an ankle as Carly works her way up to her feet. Unfortunately, that's under the mezzanine here, not able to get all of that action there. Carly does get dinged for stalling as she fled out of bounds as she was losing control. Second period coming to a close. Carly in on a double leg, trying to finish that. She's elevating and able to do so, covers the hips. She's going to get the 3-point takedown just as the match is coming to a close for the second period. So we'll go into the third period. The score should be, it is currently 15-1 or 15-3, something of that nature. Scoreboard says 15-1. So Carly will be looking for one more takedown, and that will be a tech fall. Her opponent in on a single leg. Carly unable to neutralize, but they go out of bounds. There's going to be no points scored. Carly does have one stalling call on her, so she does need to be careful in regards to getting off the side of the mat in those types of situations. Carly's opponent in on an ankle pick and is able to force Carly over onto her backside, which is going to be a 3-point takedown for her opponent immediately into a half Nelson, but they're going to work their way out of bounds. That should make the score 15-4 in favor of Carly. Carly will start down. Immediately up to her feet, her opponent transitioning down to an ankle. Carly able to escape. She'll have the one escape point. 16-4 is the score currently. Once again, a takedown would do it. 50 seconds left in the third period here. Her opponent in on a single leg. Carly able to sprawl really well. Gets a whizzer in, gets a back ankle. Head to the mat. She just needs to block an arm here and get around back. And it looks like they're going to work their way out of bounds as Carly's looking for a cow catcher to tip her opponent over onto her back. Unable to do so, but Carly is going to get back around, and that's going to be a 3-point takedown. That will be a tech fall in favor of Carly Angel of Star Valley in the 100 weight class. So good win for Carly. Hard fought. She was 1 point away from a tech fall after the second period, and really had to work hard to get those additional points to get that tech fall. But overall, a great match, and that's going to be a great one for Carly Angels. That's a win in the second round of the championship bracket. We do have a match coming up here soon on that same mat, which is going to be Hallie Robinson, and she is wrestling in the 114 weight class. There will be 3 or 4 minutes of delay between the two. I'm not exactly sure what we are waiting on for the Carly Angel match down here. They have some referees down on the mat checking the score to see if it is possibly a wrong score, not a tech fall at this point. I do believe that there was a reversal that was rewarded that never got put on the scoreboard. And I believe that's what they're discussing at this point in time. Score currently on the scoreboard shows 19-5, which I do actually believe that is correct. And if that is indeed the case, then it would not be a tech fall. We would need to continue wrestling at this point in time. And that is indeed the case, so we're going to continue wrestling here. Actually, they are going to go ahead and call that a tech fall. So they weren't able to resolve the scoring issue, but a good win for Carly Angel. Like I said, second round of the championship bracket. And we will have Hallie Robertson coming up here shortly on the mat number 6. We do have some other wrestlers on the boys side of the bracket that are going to be coming up shortly here. We have Tel Perry. He had a bye in the first round. He's going to be going into the second round of the championship. And also Daryl Hunting also had a bye in the first round. So they are still, let's see here. We actually have Tel Perry coming up right now. So we're going to swing over here to this mat, which is mat number 1. Oh, excuse me, mat number 3. This is Tel Perry's second round of the championship bracket. His opponent in on a single leg. Tel able to get back around for an ankle. No points are scored yet at this point. Tel able to clear his hips into the front headlock. Tel looking to get the head in the hole and get a back leg. Unable to do so, but he does catch him in a, looks like a cow catcher, able to put his opponent straight to his back. Now looking for the barbed wire. He's going to scoop that head up, and this is most likely going to be a pin. Tel has got that in really deep. His opponent doing a great job of working off of his back. Tel does get the 4 near fall points as well as the takedown, so that will be a 7-point lead for Tel at this point. He starts on top, and he does a mean crossface over there. Now he's going to be doing a dump on the legs, get his opponent flattened out. Having a hard time focusing here. I apologize as we are quite a ways away. Let's see if we zoom in a little bit, if we might be able to get a little bit better view of what's going on there. That's a little bit more focused for Mr. Tell. Working on top, trying to dig out those. Looks like he's working on an arm bar on the right-hand side, working for fingers on the left-hand side. And my apologies at the same time here. We have over on the girls' mat, we have Hallie Roberts. No, excuse me, that is not Hallie yet, and that's good actually, because we can now focus on this match, and then we'll move over to Hallie's match here in just a minute when that continues, or when that starts, excuse me. Starting the second period, starting from a neutral position. Couple of fakes by Tell's opponent. Tell able to shuck him down and get back around behind. That's going to make the score 10-0 in favor of Tell. Tell's able to flatten out his opponent, looking for a wrist, able to get it, and now looking for an arm bar. His opponent clasps his own hands to prevent that from happening. Tell grabs an ankle, flattens out his opponent again, stalling on his opponent on bottom for not trying to better his position. Tell's got a wrist on the right-hand side, trying to roll that under the body. Looking for a chicken wing on the left-hand side that we can't see. Looks like he was unable to get that, so now he's fighting for hand control again, and he's going to flatten him out again. We've got Daryl Hunting coming up on the mat next to Tell, but is not quite there. We're going to have a little bit of false start here as Tell heard a whistle from the other side and started just a touch too early. And here we go again. His opponent trying to do a roll. Tell able to neutralize that. Tell with a hard crossface, now down to the leg. Looking to hook up the cradle, then abandons that. He's going to go for the barbed wire instead, able to hook that up, and he's going to put his opponent to his back. And I believe he's got 3 near fall points at this point, working on 4. He's going to get him there, and he's going to, I believe, try and pin his opponent at this point in time. 7 seconds left in the second period. His opponent fighting off his back. And unable to get the pin, but that will make the score 14-0 in favor of Tell Perry. Daryl Hunting starting on the mat next to him. We'll get over there in just one moment. As we're hoping that Tell will be into a tech fall here shortly. Tell in on a crossface. Now back to wrists. Daryl's opponent on the mat next to him, able to get an ankle and elevate that and take him down. So Daryl trails his match 3-0. Tell Perry working on getting an arm bar, unable to do so. Tell has a crossface on. Now trying to pull that underneath. His opponent doing a great job of keeping his hips flipped and not allowing for the additional leverage for Tell. Daryl able to get out from underneath his opponent, and that's going to make the score 3-1 in the Daryl Hunting match that he is currently facing his opponent from Shelley, Idaho. Daryl finds himself in a precarious position as his opponent is able to put him in a headlock, put a mat return to him, And it looks like that is in pretty darn deep, and unfortunately it is. Daryl's going to end up losing his match there. Tell is going to walk away with a tech fall, and so that is going to be a win for Tell Perry. And unfortunately a loss by fall for Daryl Hunting. So Daryl will move over to the consolation bracket, and Tell Perry will move on to the championship bracket. Give me 1 second here. Let's take a look at the mat assignments that we have going on. We have Ty Thompson that's going to be coming up on mat number 2 next for the boys. And let's check for the girls. On the girls, we have Hallie Robertson, and I believe that she is going to be on deck with the next match here. So we're going to scoot over here to the mat. It's going to be on the upper right-hand side of your screen. And having a hard time getting some focus over there. Let me see if I might be able to reposition this camera. See if we can get that. All right, so that is where the Hallie Robertson match is going to take place. And she will be on deck here shortly. So in the, let's see here on the boys' side, for 2 matches that we were not able to see, I believe in the 138 weight class. Let's see who we might be able to find here. Actually, not the 138. That was Tell Perry. We're looking at the 132 weight class. All right, looks like Max Jerac ended up losing his match in the second period by fall. And then it also looks like McGrath fell to his opponent 9-5 by decision. So unfortunately, both of our wrestlers for the 132 weight class will be fighting in the consolation bracket. They are on opposite ends of the bracket, so there is a chance that they will end up meeting each other a little bit later in the tournament. The deeper that they go, the higher that possibility is. All right, we're hoping that this is Robertson that's going to be coming up here. Let's take a look. And unfortunately it is not. So they got one more match in between. Actually, that is going to be Hallie's match. Is going to take place right here on this match here shortly. Ty Thompson for the 150 weight class is going to be coming up on mat number 2 here shortly. We'll transition over to that as soon as we are finished with the Hallie Robertson match. Team scores at this point are really unnecessary, as there's really not too much going on. We are still in, I believe we're in the second round of the championship bracket for both the girls and the boys. As we get into the upper weights, there are fewer and fewer wrestlers in both the boys and girl brackets, and so it's going to scooted along a little bit earlier in the first round, as there was plenty of buys. Second round of the championship bracket is going to be a little bit more time consuming, as we are going to have more matches actually in the second round than what we did in the first round. I can see Ty Thompson warming up right now over on the mat number 2. So we will see which match we get to first, either Hallie Robertson or Ty Thompson. If you're just joining us, we are broadcasting live from the Skyline High School in Idaho Falls, Idaho, from the Tiger-Grizz tournament. This tournament takes place in 2 different schools, in the old Idaho Falls High School downtown, and also in the Skyline High School that is out a little bit further from town. The Skyline High School is quite a bit bigger in regards to the gym. They're able to get 6 full-size mats in here without having to wrap them up onto the wall like we've seen in some of the other tournaments. And they usually put on a pretty good tournament. We've got 30 teams here, so a lot of competitiveness. Also, we've got a lot of teams here that are just looking for some experience. A couple of Montana teams, a couple of Utah teams. At this point, I do believe that Jackson Hole is here, but I think that is the only other Wyoming team currently wrestling here at the Tiger-Grizz or the Tiger-Grizz tournament. Down on mat number 5, which we have the camera focused on currently. Looks like their opponent is looking for a fall, and if that is the case, I believe that Hallie will be coming up here shortly. All right, so her opponent, there was a pin on this match here right down below us. Let's see if Hallie is coming up right now. Ty Thompson is coming up on the far mat. Would love to try and get both of them, so hopefully it looks like Hallie is not up yet. So we're going to go up to the Ty Thompson match, which is going to be on the mat just above them, and give it a little bit of a zoom in here and see if we might be able to pick up Ty as he is competing in the second round of the championship bracket. Ty in the 150 weight class. Ty's looked really good on the inside trip, able to get to those legs fairly quickly. Hand control, he's got a head on the arm, a 2-on-1 on the arm. Reaching over the top, he does have a blanket right in. That's an awkward takedown, but he is going to get that takedown. Now he's going to pull his leg out from being in, and he is going to have that takedown for 3 points. Ty does have an arm underneath. I'm assuming has an arm bar on the other side. Ty goes around front to try and get a little bit better leverage. Looking for a throw to move his opponent to his back. Unable to do so at this point in time. He does have that arm bar back around across the back. Not able to materialize too much out of that, but Ty does have a wrist underneath. Ty looking for a tilt. He does have a tilt on. He just has to be careful to stay off his own back. He's got that in nice and tight, so he's not going to lose control there. Should get his 4 back points out of that, and now he's going to release that hold. His opponent up to a leg. Ty able to elevate that leg. His opponent trying to go to the mat to reverse that leverage. Ty falls right on top, though, and will remain in control. First period coming to a close, 7-0 in favor of Ty Thompson. 4 seconds left. And I don't believe that he is going to get 1 swipe, and that's not going to be sufficient to add to his point total. Second period, it is his opponent's choice. He's going to defer. Ty will choose down. Ty quick off the whistle, back to the back leg, able to get his arm underneath, and he has a reversal out of that. It's going to be 2 points. Quick to a wrist is Ty. He's got that knee right in the ribs. At least he did at that moment. That makes it very uncomfortable for the bottom wrestler. Looking to roll that wrist underneath. Referee saying, hey, let's see a little bit more action here. And apparently we missed the Hallie Robertson match, and I apologize. It must have been a quick one. I'll look up the results of that match here shortly. Ty on a quick crossface, digging out. He's going to do a tight waist and dump them. Puts him right to his back. Ty needs to get off his knees there. There he does. And now he's got that pressure in the right place. This is going to be really hard for his opponent to get out of. Some good bridging by his opponent, and I think that's going to do it right there. Oh, no, Ty able to transition off. Now he's scooping that head, and he's got that arm. He's going to sit back on that really tight, looking up to the ceiling there. Wow, Ty's opponent, he's fighting a lot harder off of bottom. Really trying to keep his shoulders off the mat at this point in time. And Ty is finally going to get the fall there. So Ty Thompson able to win his match at the 150 weight class. And my apologies, I'm not sure how we missed the Hallie Robertson. Let me take a quick look at the brackets and see where we might be and what happened on that one. Give me 1 second here. Waiting for the bracket to update on the 114 bracket for Hallie to see what came about with that match. Should be updating momentarily here. All right, so Robertson was able to win by fall in 1 minute and 4 seconds. Probably why we didn't get over to that mat that quickly, and my apologies once again for that. But a nice win for Hallie Robertson. She'll be moving over to the next round of the championship bracket. In team scores, Star Valley on the girls' side are currently leading. Let's take a look at that really quick here. Team scores currently on the girls' side. We have Star Valley leading at 29 points, Meridian at 22.5, American Falls at 22, Stansbury at 22, Thunder Ridge at 22, and Corner Canyon. So still very, very early in this competition. But Star Valley does lead right out the gates. They've had a great start to this tournament for the girls. All right, in the other gym, unfortunately, we're not going to be able to see a couple of these guys. We've got Lane Hunting that's coming up in the 157 weight class, and he is going to be up against his opponent from Corner Canyon in the 157, as I mentioned, and he's going to be in the other gym on mat number 10. Cooper Burke, who's always fun to watch, he is going to be on mat number 9 in the other gym, so we're not going to be able to see either Lane or Cooper. But we do have Cameron Mickelson that's coming up on mat number 4. He is down in the order a little bit. So he's going to be a little while before we get to see him. We have Oakley Hepworth is going to be coming up in a little bit here on mat number 5. And we are going to take a quick break as we are waiting for the next Star Valley wrestler to come up. Thank you for tuning in, and big shout out to the Wyoming Army National Guard for sponsoring these broadcasts and for supporting our wrestling teams. We'll be right back. Thank you for tuning in. Once again, this is J.R. Burgess bringing you the wrestling tournament from Idaho Falls for the Tiger-Grizz tournament. We do have Oakley Hepworth that is going to be coming up on mat number 5, which is where the camera is aimed currently. My son is actually going to has a mat assignment in the other gym, so I am going to leave the camera here. Unfortunately, I'm going to turn off the audio. Hopefully that you can watch the Oakley Hepworth match as she is wrestling here. But I'm going to transition over to the other gym so that I can support my son. Our daughter is also on the JV wrestling team, and so my wife is over in the other high school. So we kind of have to divide and conquer at this point in time. So I'm going to sign off for just a little while here as I am headed over to watch my son wrestle in the other gym, and then I'll give you some more updates. Thank you. Welcome back, Braves fans. My apologies for the long break there. It took a little while to get into the other gym and watch my son wrestle. So now I come running all the way back here. We've got Brooke Schwab up here on mat number 6. Brooke in on a leg, stepping over the hips. Her opponent still has not bellied out, and now they do, so Brooke's going to end up with the 3 points there. Brooke working on top. She's got the cross face, trying to dig that out for the barbed wire. I think she's got it locked up, maybe not. She's gonna go back around. She's got a cross face, now she's going down to the leg, trying to hook up that cradle. Her opponent able to clear that arm, and she's gonna go back to riding. Looking for an arm underneath. Brooke has got a power half on. And now she's lost that. Looks like we're coming up to the end of the first period here. Brooke is going to end up leading this match 3-0 going into the first period. She's got a crossface on, but she's going to run out of time. All right, so in the other gym was over watching Damien. Damien was able to defeat his opponent in the first period by pin. So he'll be moving on to the second round of the championship bracket. And I apologize, that was not the first period. That was apparently deeper into the match. I just didn't make it back up here in time. And my apologies, I gotta look up who won that match. Give me 1 second here and I'll get you some results of the items that we missed while I was gone. All right, so to get us caught up on a couple of things here as we've been bouncing around, there's literally 3 gymnasiums here with 12 different mats. They've got 2 mats down in the cafeteria, which is almost a quarter-mile hike to get out there. It's way on the other end of the school. So we have Carly Angel. She won her first round in the championship bracket and her second round into the championship bracket. And so she is still currently in the championship bracket, continuing to compete. Kenna Merritt won her first round in the championship bracket. And in the second round, if I'm not mistaken, let's see here, she had a win as well. And so she's going to be in the third round of the championship bracket. Hallie Roberts, let's see here, she received a bye in the first round. And then in the second round, she won by pin over her opponent from Marsh Valley. We're going to zoom out here just in case we do have any wrestlers, but I don't think we have any mat assignments currently. Kaston Johnson received a bye in the first round, and in the second round she won by fall over her opponent from Canyon Ridge. In the 132 weight class, Oakley Hepworth, she had a bye in the first round, and in the second round she won by pin. Oh, excuse me, she actually unfortunately fell by pin to Kyler Scott. So she'll be moving over to the consolation bracket, and she received a bye in the first round of the consolation bracket. Vale Foreman won her first match in a pin over Salinas from Minico. And then in the second round of the championship bracket, she won by pin over her opponent from Idaho Falls. In the 152 weight bracket for the girls, Cetily Roberts received a bye in the first round, and in the second round, she won by a pin over her opponent from Eagle. 165, Brooke Schwab, first round received a bye, and in the second round, Brooke won by a 16-2 major decision over her opponent from Burley. 185 weight class, Stella Lind had a bye in the first round, and let's see here, she fell by pin in the second round of the championship bracket, so she'll be moving over to the consolation bracket. Oakley Hepworth at the 235 weight class had a bye in the first round and a bye in the second round, so she has not yet wrestled today. Give me 1 second here and I will pull up the matchups for the boys. All right, just checking really quick to make sure that we don't have any mat assignments for either the boys or the girls, which we do not. So now let's move over to the boys' side. Currently what we have Kimball Perry. He received a bye in the first round of the championship bracket, and then he won by pin over his opponent from Thunder Ridge in the second round of the championship bracket. Maxwell Jerac, he received a bye in the first round, and in the second round of the championship bracket, he won by, he lost actually, by pin to his opponent from Columbia. And then in the second round of the consolations, he received a bye. So he'll be in the third round consolations coming up here. Jason McGrath, also in the 132 weight class. He won, he had a bye in the first round of the championship bracket. And in the second round of the championship bracket, he lost by a minor decision to his opponent from Meridian. In the second round of the consolations, he received a bye, so he'll be in the third round of the consolation bracket. At the 138 weight class, we have Tel Perry. He got a bye in the first round, and in the second round, he won by pin over his opponent from Kuna in a tech fall. Daryl Hunting at the 144 weight class. He had a bye in the first round, and in the second round, he lost by pin, unfortunately. And so he will be moving over to the consolation bracket. He has a first round bye in the consolation, so he will be into the third round of the consolation. 144 weight class is Kobe Merritt. Kobe Merritt had a bye in the first round of the championship bracket, and then he won by fall over his opponent from Minico, so he will be into the third round of the championship bracket. Ty Thompson in the 150 weight class. He had a bye in the first round, and in the second round, he pinned his opponent from Syracuse, and so that will put him into the next round of the championship bracket. Lane Hunting had a bye in the first round, and in the second round, he lost by fall, and so he will be moving over to the consolation bracket. He also has a bye in the first round, so he will be in the third round of the consolation. Hazen Hess, in his bracket, he received a bye in the first round and the second round, so Hazen has not yet wrestled today and probably won't at this point. Or he may a little bit later in the tournament, depending on how deep they go into the tournament. Cameron Mickelson had a bye in the first round, and in the second round, he lost to his opponent from Bonneville, 13-2, and he will be moving over to the consolation bracket, where he received a bye in the first round, or the second round and third round of the consolation bracket. So he'll be over to the fourth round of the consolations. 175 is Damen Burgess. He received a bye in the first round, and in the second round of the championship bracket, he won by a pin over his opponent from Mountain Home. He will now be moving on in the championship bracket. Ryan Talbot had a bye in the first round of the championship bracket and in the second, so he's not yet to wrestle today. He may get a match today, depending on how late they go. Grant Thompson is in the same boat. He has a bye in the first round and second round of the championship bracket. So we have a lot of Star Valley wrestlers, both on the boys and the girls side, moving up in the bracket. Some good wrestling going on today. Unfortunately, I know that we haven't caught very many of them on the feed, and that is because there are 12 mats here with 30 teams. There are really not that many wrestlers wrestling in this main gym. That will increase as we continue into the tournament because this will become the primary gym for the varsity wrestling. So thank you for tuning in to the broadcast that we have here from Idaho Falls today. We're joining you from Skyline High School, and also the Idaho Falls High School is hosting the JV meet, where we have competitors on both the boys and the girls competing over there as well. It's a great tournament over here. We appreciate Idaho Falls hosting this. We give a shout out to the Army National Guard for supporting and sponsoring this broadcast, and for SVI for making this possible. We're going to take a quick break until we have some mat assignments for the Star Valley wrestlers. We'll be right back. All right, welcome back, Star Valley. It's been a little bit of a break there between the Star Valley matches. We have Max Jerac coming up in the 132 weight class, and he is in the third round of the consolation. So he dropped his last match, but he'll be taking on his opponent, Kencht. I'm sorry, I don't know where that, what school he is from. We do have 3 wrestlers coming up: Jason McGrath, Tel Perry, and Colby Merritt, but unfortunately they are all in the other gym. We do have, right now though, we have Max up, and here we go for the first round. Max in on a shot. His opponent able to sprawl pretty well. Max keeping after it. His opponent's got a front headlock on. Max trying to clear that. And they're going to wrestle out of bounds. Score still 0-0. Back to the center. Not too much going on here, a lot of hand fighting. And because we are in the consolation bracket, that is the first period. It's only 1 minute. And the second and third periods will be 2 minutes apiece. Max is going to defer. His opponent is going to select down. Max on top. Trying to break his opponent down flat. He's got a tight waist. His opponent up to his feet. Max with a good lift return. His opponent right to almost a switch. Max able to control. Max has got a leg in deep, it looks like. And Max has got some type of an armbar, it looks like, trying to pry his opponent over to get some near fall points, but none yet. Max has that leg in, which is kind of his saving grace at this point in time. If he loses that leg, he may be in trouble. And they're actually going to call it a stalemate before anything happens. Score still 0-0. 53 seconds left in the second period. This is the third round of consolation. Max starting on top, was looking for an alligator roll. Bails on that, back on top. Max's opponent up to his feet, and Max is going to cut him loose. So it's going to be a 1-0 in favor of Max's opponent. 20 seconds left. Max in on a single leg. His opponent doing a great job of sprawling out. Max needs to work himself back up to his feet, which he's able to do so, but his opponent has him in a front headlock. Trying to work around back. Max needs to get up to his feet. And they're going to run out of time here for the second period. We'll go into the second period with a score of 0-1 with the opponent over Max. Max is going to start down, going to try and even up the score here. Max's opponent able to break him down. Max is maintaining his hands free. Trying to keep his wrists from being rolled under his body. And his opponent's able to lock up a cradle, and really quick pin called there by the referee. And that is going to be the end of that match in the consolation bracket. And unfortunately, that will put Max out of the championship bracket. There may be a second chance bracket tomorrow, but unfortunately, that will do it for Max in the varsity tournament. All right, let's take a look at the brackets here. As I mentioned, we have actually 4 wrestlers now with mat assignments, all in the other gym. Mats 10, 11, and 12, and 10. McGrath, Tel Perry, Kobe Merritt, and Daryl Hunting all wrestling in the other gym. And unfortunately, we don't have a camera in that other gym because there's not room. Let's see here over to the girls' side. We do have mat assignments for Carly Angel. She's going to be on mat 7, which is going to be in the other gym. But then we have Kenna Merritt. She'll be wrestling on mat number 6, which is going to be this far mat on the right-hand side of your screen. So we will get to take that or have that one on screen for you. Hallie Robertson is also coming up in the 114 weight class, but unfortunately she will be in the other gym as well. This tournament has just grown so much in the last couple of years that last year they had, I believe, 8 mats or 12. Well, let's see here. They had probably 10 mats. But then this year they added the extra 2 mats into the other, out into the cafeteria is actually where it's at. And it is clear on the other side of the gym, or the other side of the school. So unfortunately, we're not able to get a lot of the matches because they are so spread out as the advancements take place in the brackets. This main gym will mostly be seeing the championship side of the bracket, and hopefully we can bring you a lot of Star Valley matches, but unfortunately that is just the draw that we're having right now, that they are being placed in the other gym. So we'll bring you as many matches as we possibly can. We're going to take a break here until we have one of the Star Valley wrestlers coming up, and we appreciate you listening. All right, we've got another Star Valley match coming up here. We've got Merritt of Star Valley on the girls' match in the 107 map. Here we go. Her opponent in on a single leg. Merritt able to sprawl out, feeding her some hips, and now she's got a leg. She's going to abandon that leg, but she's able to break the lock of her opponent. Her opponent's able to get it back and elevate, lift, return to the mat, and that is going to be a 3-point takedown by her opponent from Idaho Falls. Idaho Falls has an armbar in. Trying to get the hands on the other side, and she does, and she's able to roll Merritt over to her back. She's getting some near fall points. Merritt able to bridge really well, almost stepped over the top, unable to do so. Merritt fighting off bottom. That's some great fighting. She's able to get her head out from underneath, and now she is going to look for a reversal as she kept that arm in as an arm bar. That was a great reversal. They are going to go potentially dangerous, but that is after the reversal was in place. Back to the center of the mat. Score on that match is 2-7 in favor of Idaho Falls. Merritt starting on top. 50 seconds left in the first round here. Her opponent does a sit out, able to get behind, but not for the points. Merritt up to her feet and is fighting to keep control of this match. Merritt able to get her over on her hip and able to step back behind and maintain control. So since she started on top, there's no additional points awarded, but she does maintain control of the match. She has an armbar in, stepping up and around the head, and she's gonna get some near fall points out of this if she just keeps on cranking and settling that in. Does not quite have the angle as of yet. And we're looking at a short time here. She finally does get her to turn. She's gonna get 2 swipes. 3 points is what she's gonna end up getting out of this, and that is gonna be the end of the period. So with that, the score is now currently 5-7 in favor of the wrestler from Idaho Falls. Starting in a neutral position for the second period. Opponent in on a fake, Merritt in on a front headlock. And she got over too deep, and her opponent's able to step her over, and that's going to be a 3-point takedown. And Merritt is now fighting off of her back. There's going to be some near fall points by her opponent from Idaho Falls, and that is sunk in pretty darn deep on Merritt. She was able to bridge out of this last time and pull her head over the top. Her opponent has her arms. She's going to try and stretch that out. Merritt bridging again. Oh, she's going to be able to step over the top, and her opponent hips over. Puts Merritt back down to the mat. Still considered the same move, and she is going to win by fall over Merritt of Star Valley. So that was a quarterfinals match, and so Merritt will move over to the consolation bracket, but she will be fairly high up in the bracket. But she will have to battle through to get into the third, fourth place matches. Good hard-fought match by Merritt of Star Valley in the 107 weight class. We do have a couple of other girls coming up here. Hallie is going to be in the other gym, so we won't get to see her wrestle, but we do have Kaston Johnson coming up that we will hopefully get to see right down here on this mat here. Let me zoom out a little bit, and we're going to be on the mat right in front of us. And she'll be coming up soon here. Those are both quarterfinals matches as well. On the boys' side, Man, we are just being assigned to the other gym in every single match. So Daryl Hunting is on 10. Ty Thompson is going to be wrestling in the other gym. Hazen Hess is going to be in the other gym. Lane Hunting is going to be in this gym, actually. And then Cooper Burke is going to be in the other gym. So unfortunately, we're going to be missing a lot of the third round consolation and third round championship bracket, as they're just being assigned to the other gym. All right, we're still waiting for the match to come up for Kaston Johnson on mat 5. Just some interesting thoughts. Let's take a look here. So those of you that follow the Wyoming or the WYO Wrestling, they used to have a website, but now they have transitioned to be Facebook only. So they put out rankings every single week in regards to the boys and the girls rankings. They just put out some boys rankings for the state of Wyoming. Star Valley was previously ranked number 5. They've got us ranked as number 4 as a team right now. We're okay with that ranking at this point in time. I think that there's going to be a little bit of surprise as we head into Ronthon with the Star Valley wrestlers, and we're okay being a little bit underestimated. So in the 106 weight class, we do not have anybody ranked, nor in the 113. In the 120 weight class, we have Kimball Perry that is ranked number 2, only to Lucas Todd of Green River. In the 126 weight class, we don't have anybody currently ranked. 132, we have Max Jerac, who is ranked number 7. In the 138 weight class, we have Tel Perry ranked number 1. The 144 weight class, we have Kobe Merritt ranked number 4. In the 150 weight class, we have Ty Thompson ranked number 5 currently. In the 157 weight class, we do not have a wrestler currently ranked. In the 165 weight class, we have Cooper Burke ranked number 1. And we have Cameron Mickelson ranked number 7. In the 175 weight class, we have Damen Burgess ranked number 4 in the state. In the 190 weight class, we have Ryan Talbot ranked number 4. In the 215 weight class, we do not have a wrestler currently ranked. Let's see here. That's odd to me that I don't see it. Oh, yeah, no, sorry. In the 215 weight class, we do have Grant Thompson ranked number 4 as well. And in the 285, Star Valley does not have anybody currently ranked. Let me see if I can get the girls rankings as well. Give me 1 second here. All right, for the girls rankings for the state of Wyoming. Currently in the team rankings, we have Star Valley ranked number 1. At the 100 weight class, we do not currently have a wrestler ranked. In the 105, we have Kenna Merritt. She's ranked number 7. In the 110 weight class, we do not have anybody currently ranked. In the 115 weight class, we have Hallie Robertson ranked number 2. In the 120 weight class, we have Kaston Johnson ranked number 2. In the 125 weight class, we do not have anybody ranked. In the 130 weight class, same thing, no one ranked. In the 135 weight class, we have at number 6, Oakley Hepworth, and at number 7, Remy Allman. In the 140 weight class, we have Kara Andrews ranked number 2. In the 145 weight class, well, we do not have anybody ranked. In the 155 weight class, neither. In the 170 weight class, we have Brooke Schwab, ranked number 2. In the 190 weight class, we do not have anybody ranked. And in the 235 weight class, we have Oakley Hepworth, who is ranked number 1. So both the varsity boys and girls making a good showing in the state of Wyoming currently. And we'll just have to see how those rankings go as we continue to wrestle through the season. Really, Wyoming has not seen anything of the Star Valley wrestlers, boys or girls, at this point, as we have mainly wrestled in eastern Idaho, northern Utah tournaments. And so they are in for a little bit of surprise when we show up at Ronthon, and hopefully we can have a good showing there. We're still waiting for Kaston Johnson to be up on this mat number 5. She is not quite there yet. Let me see if we have any other mat assignments for the boys. None that are in this gym coming up. All right, we're going to take a small break as we are waiting for this next Star Valley match to come up. Thank you again to the Wyoming Army National Guard for sponsoring this broadcast and for SVI for making this possible. We'll be back in a few minutes. All right, welcome back. We've got a match coming up here for Kaston Johnson against Tavares of South Fremont High School. This is a quarterfinals match in the 120 weight class. This should be a good one. All right, here we go. Kaston in on a front headlock. Able to lock that up. Her opponent doing a good job of not allowing her to get around the corner. She's going to release that headlock. They're working for control there. South Fremont doing a good job of putting that elephant arm out and around the side of the body of Kaston, and that keeps her from being able to pivot that momentum. Kaston in our front headlock again. Then she's going to transition off to a throw, and she is not able to get to that throw. And she gets put in a bad spot by the South Fremont wrestler. She saw that one coming. Kaston is going to give up a couple of back near fall points here. She is fighting that pretty hard, though, and I hope that she can get out of that. She's able to, she almost had her hips turned over. The South Fremont able to maneuver them back. Kaston trying to keep a hold of that leg to clear that. Able to get a leg to help as a kickstand. And Kaston able to belly out for now. Her opponent still has a half on. And that's still going to be considered the same move, but unfortunately that is going to be a pin. And Kaston Johnson will fall by pin in the quarterfinals. That will put her into the consolation bracket. She'll have a good opportunity there to wrestle back for the third and fourth place. She's got to win a couple of matches, but I think that she can get there. All right, so next on the girls docket, we have Oakley Hepworth coming up on match 6. She's still a couple of matches deep here. In the boys bracket, let's take a look here. We have a ton of boys wrestling right now, but they are all wrestling in the other gym. We have Daryl Hunting coming up in this main gym here, but that is still going to be another 30 bouts away. So we are still in a little bit of a lull as we are working our way through the third round of the championship bracket, being the quarterfinals, and the third round of the consolation bracket. So we're cranking through it. As soon as we have another Star Valley match, we will be back on the air. Thank you for joining us. This is SVI Media. All right, we're back again. We've got a Star Valley wrestler coming up, a Star Valley Lady Brave. We have Oakley Hepworth that is going to be wrestling in the 132 weight class. And here we go. Oakley in on the leg, abandons that, goes over to the other leg. Her opponent's got a front headlock on. Her opponent now looking for a leg and is able to bulldoze her way over for a 3-point takedown. Oakley working off bottom. Oakley is trying to clear those hands. This is the consolation bracket, so she is currently, it's a 1-minute period, and she's unable to work her way free for that one stand-up point. So the score is currently 3-0 in favor of her opponent. And her opponent being Smith of Meridian. Our video feed froze, so we are working on getting that back on track. It'll be just a moment here. Oakley starting on bottom again. Or excuse me, on top for the second period. Able to transition off. Scooping that leg. Looking for the crossbody ride. Now looking for a 3/4 headlock, and she's going to move off of that. She does have that leg scooped up really well. All right, let's take a look here and see what we've got going. Oakley currently on top. Score still currently 3-0 in favor of Smith of Meridian. Oakley's got a crossface on, able to get that shoulder down to the mat. Now she's working around to try and get down to the knee. She's got her hand posted behind the knee. Almost has it locked up. She continues to turn to try and lock that up. Unable to do so. She still has that same crossface on, but now is working back around as her opponent has worked her way up to her knees. Oakley is going to flatten her out. Looking to do a near dump and not able to do so. And the towel tapper's out there, and that's how we're going to end the second period. 3-0 in favor of Meridian, the wrestler from Meridian. So Oakley's got a little bit of work to do. She's down by 3 points, 3-0. Headed into the third period, it is going to be Meridian's choice, and she's going to choose a neutral position. Once again, 3-0 going into this final period. Oakley goes for a headlock throw, but then backs off. She still has an overtie. Wrestling over towards the edge of the mat. Trying to get head position, both of them. Oakley has an undertie on one side, and her opponent has an undertie on the other, and Oakley able just to bulldoze her way through, and she is going to end up with a 3-point takedown at this point in time, and her opponent to back up to her feet, trying to turn around, and is going to get the one escape point. So now it is currently 4-3 in favor of Smith of Meridian. So great takedown by Oakley, but Oakley needs to score again here. in order to seal this match. She trails by 1 point currently. Oakley in on a shot, but she loses the leg, and her opponent's able to go right back out and around. And unfortunately, that is going to be a 3-point takedown for her opponent. And going into the third period, Oakley's going to have to show quite a bit of points here in order to make that happen, or make an advance here into the next round of the consolation bracket. Oakley still fighting off bottom. Towel tapper's out. Oakley having a hard time finding her way off bottom. She got her hips out, but not able to get out of there. And so unfortunately, Oakley is going to fall in a good match. The total score is going to be 3-10, I believe, in favor of the wrestler from Meridian. What a hard-fought match that was, and a great one. Let's go over to the boys bracket. Once again, we're having some video feed problems. We're going to get that up and running for you here shortly. All right, we're going to have Lane Hunting coming up on mat 3 here shortly. We're going to pan over to that mat, see if we might be able to pick up some action happening there in a few short minutes as soon as we can get the video feed back up and rolling for you. Hunting is wrestling in the 157 weight class, and he is in the third round of the consolation, so basically he has got to win to stay in. And Lane is up currently right now. Looks like his opponent is going to be from Idaho Falls. We also have Ryan Talbot that is wrestling on the mat right next to him, so we're going to see if we might be able to zoom out here. As soon as our video feed comes up, we've got mat 2 on the right-hand side, mat 3 on the left-hand side. Ryan in on a takedown from his opponent, but they both fall out of bounds, and there's going to be no points awarded as they were shoulder to shoulder. Back on the other mat on the left-hand side, we've got, let's see here, which Hunting. We've got Lane Hunting out here, going in for a single leg, unable to get there. Ryan's opponent in on a single leg. Ryan able to put in a whizzer, trying to break that. His opponent going for a standing cradle, and Ryan not allowing that to happen. Ryan's opponent able to shuck him past, and he is going to get down to the mat, and that is going to be a 3-point takedown for the opponent of Ryan Talbot on the mat on the right-hand side of your screen. On the left-hand side, we have Lane Hunting in the 157 weight class, and he is wrestling his opponent from Idaho Falls. Still 0-0 with about 3 seconds left in the period, and Lane doing a good job of staying on his feet just long enough that it is not going to be any points scored. It's going to be 0-0 going into the second period. Ryan Talbot on the right-hand side of your screen is currently down 3-0 going into the second period as well. And Ryan is in the third round of the championship bracket. Ryan able to get up to his feet and get an escape point. That makes the score 3-1 in favor of Ryan Talbot. Two Star Valley matches going on right now. We've got Lane Hunting on the left-hand one, and he just in on a shot and was able to elevate his opponent's legs and get him in for a takedown. That's going to be 3-0 in favor of Lane Hunting at this point in time. On the right-hand mat, we have Ryan Talbot. He's in on a deep fireman's, and his opponent jumps over the top of him. Ryan able to hang onto a leg, elevated above his head, dump his opponent straight to his back, but his opponent does a good job of scrambling and getting right back up. Lane on the left-hand mat is able to get his opponent over to his back. He's getting some near-fall points at this point in time. He's got that sucked in pretty deep, and if he can stay on the mat, he may get a fall out of this. We've got 1 minute and 8 seconds left in the second period. Lane just centering up his weight, and he is able to pick up a fall, so a great win for Lane Hunting in the 157 weight class, and he's going to move on to the fourth round of the consolation bracket. Great win for Lane Hunting. All right, now we're going to come back over to this other mat, which has got Ryan Talbot on it. He just did a lift and pulled his opponent back into him, rolled back onto his butt to try and momentum or pendulum his opponent up over the top, unable to do so, and Ryan finds himself on bottom via takedown. So right now, Ryan is trailing his match 6-1. His opponent from, let's see here, his last name is Cook. Unfortunately, I don't have a school for you right at this point in time. So we're going to go into the third period now. Ryan Talbot trailing 1-6. And his opponent is from Weiser. Ryan in on a leg, able to elevate. I believe he started on top, so there are no points awarded at this point in time. And Ryan able to elevate his opponent and get back behind him. So he started on top, so there are not going to be any additional points awarded to them at this point in time. Ryan just maintaining his position on top. Ryan's got to go. We got 1 minute and 40 seconds left in the third period. His opponent up to his feet. Ryan able to do a mat return, but loses his position on back, and his opponent able to get a switch out of that. That's going to be a 2-point reversal, making the score 1-8 in favor of his opponent from Weiser. Ryan still fighting off bottom, unable to get away from his opponent. 1 minute left. He's going to cut him loose. So Ryan is going to be 2-8, trailing his opponent by 6 points now. This is in the 190 weight class. And this is also a let's see here. This is a championship round 3 is where we're currently at with Ryan's match. His opponent in on a single leg, unable to make anything of it. Ryan doing a great job of defending. 30 seconds left in the match. Ryan's got to go. His opponent in on a corner single, able to elevate that leg. Ryan trying to keep anything else from happening further, but unfortunately he's going to get taken down again. That's going to make the score 2-11. We got 15 seconds left in the match. And unfortunately, it looks like at this point in time, as his opponent maintains on top position and is riding well, Ryan is probably going to fall in this match. That's going to push him over to the consolation bracket, but he is fairly high up because of how deep he went into the championship bracket. He'll have a chance to fight in for the third and fourth place match. He's going to have to win a couple of matches, put him over to the blood rounds. All right, we've got Damen Burgess coming up here soon on this other mat here. We're going to pan back. Damen will be up on that mat. Grant Thompson will be wrestling here shortly as well, but unfortunately he is going to be in the other gym, and so we will not be able to see him for his match. Vale Foreman wrestled in the other room, and unfortunately we're not going to be able to see her. Settley Roberts will be coming up here shortly on mat number 5, which is the mat right in front of us here. I will pan over to that mat when she gets to that point. And then Brooke Schwab, unfortunately, will be in the other gym again. Once again, we're in Idaho Falls, wrestling at the Tiger-Grizz tournament. There are 2 schools here. The old high school hosts the JVers, and the new high school, the Skyline High School, hosts the varsity wrestlers. Here in the varsity high school, they have 12 mats going on. We got 30 teams here, so it makes for a very, very big tournament and a lot of fun here. Unfortunately, because they cannot fit 12 mats in one gymnasium, We are not able to bring to you all of the video feed for everybody. We are going to try and get just as much as we possibly can, but we're going to get the matches that are taking place in this main gymnasium, as there's not room to broadcast from the other gyms. We do apologize for that, but we're doing the best we can to get you what we can for the Braves and the Lady Braves Wrestling. Both have had a great showing thus far, and we are just simply waiting for our next weight class to come on up. Like I said, we've got Cedely Roberts coming up in the 152 weight class, and Damen Burgess coming up in the 175 weight class. We're going to take a quick break here as we're waiting for those two matches to come up. Thank you for tuning in. All right, welcome back. We've got Damen Burgess coming up here in the 175 weight class. His opponent is going to be from Mountain View High School out of Utah. This is a third round championship bracket. Damen is wrestling against the second ranked kid in the bracket. But here we go, let's see what we can get. His opponent quick in on the hands. Damen in on a single leg. His opponent able to put him into a front headlock. Damen able to get back around. His opponent lifts his hands up off the ground, so it's not a takedown. Damen able to get to an ankle, is trying to elevate. His opponent's putting in a whizzer and able to lock his hands down around through Damien's crotch. Damen still has a leg there, and his opponent able to break that lock. His opponent will have a 3-point takedown. Burgess currently trailing the match 3-0. Cedely is coming up on mat number 5. That is going to be here shortly. I will get over to that match just as quickly as I can here. Damen able to get back up to his feet. He's going to get an escape point out of that. That makes the score 3-1 in favor of his opponent from Mountain View. Cedely down on the other mat. Mat number 5. Unfortunately, our camera won't allow us to pan out that far. Damen back on a single leg and is going to elevate that. His opponent's doing a great job of neutralizing that. Once again, he's got that hand lock through the crotch of Damen, and that is not allowing Damen to get around the corner, and his opponent is going to get another 3-point takedown. That looked just like the first one. His opponent's going to cut him loose, and he's going to shoot in on a single leg. Damen has got cow catcher on. He's working for a front headlock. He's not going to go down to his knees because he's already done that twice. He's going to go for that single leg, unable to get there, and they're back up to a neutral position here. Cedely is currently leading her match, or trailing in her match 2-6 to her opponent. Let's see if we can zoom out here. We might be able to get them both here. Cedely is on the bottom right-hand side of your screen, and Damen Burgess is on the upper right-hand side. Cedely is in a bad position right now with her opponent getting some near-fall points. Damen in a front headlock. His opponent looking to throw him. Damien's going for a counter throw, unable to do that. Damien's opponent in on a single leg and able to blast through it into a double leg, but they do it out of bounds, and so that's going to make the score still 2-6 in favor of the wrestler from Skyview. On the upper left-hand side of your screen, we have Cedely Roberts on the lower right-hand side of your screen. Her opponent's got an arm bar in, is going to scoop the head, and that's going to be pretty tight. That is going to be a pin on Cedely Roberts. Some good matches here all around, both boys and girls side. We're going to zoom back in on the Damen Burgess match. Damen currently trailing 2-6 to his opponent. His opponent throwing in front, going for a throw, and his arms slip off, but he's able to get back into a different position and leverage back on Damen again. So that's going to be another 3-point takedown for Damien's opponent, making the score 2-9. His opponent now in on a 3-quarter lock. Damen needs to try and pill that as best he can. He's got a leg hooked in. His opponent's going to clear that. Damen able to get big, and he's able to break that 3-quarter half, or that 3-quarter lock. His opponent puts him in a wheelbarrow. Damen back up to his feet, but his opponent puts him straight into a lateral drop and is able to get Damen right to his back. Damen now fighting off his back, and I don't think his opponent's going to let him out of that one because I think he's had enough of Damen at this point in time. That was a great match, some great sportsmanship as he helps Damen up off the mat. And Damen will move over to the consolation side of the bracket, and he'll be wrestling for that 3rd, 4th place match. That was a great match and a great fight for both those wrestlers. That wrestler that he saw, you will probably see him in the championship bracket or the championship match as we proceed through these brackets. Very winnable match for Damen. Well, it was a possible win for Damen in that match, but his opponent able to defend those single legs really well, not allow Damen to get out to the corner. And overall, a great wrestler that's able to put some points on the board and move over to the next round of the championship bracket. All right, so those 2 matches right back to back. Let's see what we've got in regards to our next matches here. We have Grant Thompson. He's going to be wrestling in the other gymnasium, so we're not going to be able to see his match. We do have Brooke Schwab. Unfortunately, she's going to be in the other room as well. So is Lind of Star Valley, and so is Hepworth of Star Valley. So unfortunately, due to the draws that they have on the mats and where they're going to be, wrestlers are going to be wrestling, we're not going to be able to get the next 4 Star Valley matches. That's just unfortunately. We do love the opportunity that we have to be here and to be wrestling. And we're going to go ahead and take a break for just a moment as we are waiting for some Star Valley matches to come up. Thank you for tuning in. All right, Star Valley Wrestling fans, we have got Kenna Merritt coming up in the 107 weight class. This is the 4th round of the consolation bracket. This is one of the few matches that are actually being wrestled in this gym. And so here we go, let's get some action. Jockeying for arm position and head position on top here. Kenna has an arm underneath. She lunges for a single leg, but unable to finish with that. Her opponent doing the same thing now. Kenna do it good to clear that out. Back to neutral position. Kenna looking for the under tie, and she's able to sneak out around back, but unfortunately there's a lateral drop on her. She did a great job of standing up over the top, and she's got to get her head out of that hole. There we go. She's got her head up. Now she needs to clear her arm from that. She's able to put her wrestler right to the back. She's going to, oh, the consolation brackets are only 1 minute long in the first period. A lot of great wrestling back and forth on that one. Currently the score, they do end up with a score of 6-0 in favor of her opponent. Man, if there would have been 10 more seconds there, Kenna can come out with the win. So here we go with Kenna. She trails this match, but has shown a lot of aggression and a lot of going for it. Her opponent back into that hipped head throw. Kenna doing a good job of backing out of that. Very apparent that this wrestler is a thrower and just bulldozes Kenna over and is going to scoop that head. And she's going to step out of bounds and bring it back to the middle of the mat there. That will make the match 9-0 in favor of Kenna's opponent, but she is not out of this at all. Ref taking just a moment here to make sure that they got the clock right and the score right. Now they've made it 6-0 instead of 9-0. All right, so Kenna's going to start in the down position. Kenna able to, she had her hips cleared for a second, but her opponent put in an arm bar. She's got her wrist up underneath. Kenna able to maintain a big base with her legs that is keeping her from flipping over. Her opponent has got that locked in pretty deep, but they're not going to give any near fall points at this point in time. Back and forth. And now Kenna is going to give up some near fall points. They do actually, so the match is currently scored 6-5 as Kenna put her opponent on her back right at the very end. Kenna able to get out of that. And that is going to make the match now 9-6 in favor of Kenna's opponent. Kenna's opponent able to do a lift return, put Kenna back to the mat. 35 seconds left in the second period. Kenna's got an arm. Her opponent is got an arm bar in. And cranking it over the top. She's got to clear that arm on the bottom. And she's able to she's arched up over the top. But her opponent has got a double arm bar in and sitting on it. Let's see if Kenna can wait it out for just a couple more seconds here until the end of the match. 3, 2, 1, and we're going to go into the third period now. And that is going to bring the total score 13-6 in favor of Kenna's opponent. Kenna's still very much in this match. Kenna's opponent is going to choose down. All right, here we go. Third period action. 6-13. Kenna starting on bottom. She goes to an ankle. Now looking for a cross pace. Does a tight body and whips her opponent back down to the mat. Now she's got a cross body ride. Now she goes for the power half. And her opponent reached back, and Kenna had the opportunity to do a half across the front. Was not able to do so. Kenna back to the power half. Referee's warning the bottom wrestler. Let's see what we've got going on here. Kenna on a cross face. She's got a blanket ride on. Kenna's got the power half. Her opponent able to hip out. Now Kenna has a half, and the inadvertent whistle over on the other mat allows Kenna's opponent to be up to her feet. Kenna able to return her back to her feet. Now she's got to run on her back. Kenna's got to, she's a little high. She needs to center her weight back and push that arm out. We've got 39 seconds left in the match. Kenna needs to scoot her weight back a little bit and center that up. Kenna's got this in fairly tight. Not really locked up, but she's got an arm stretched out and is just putting every ounce of her weight on there that she possibly can. Now she switches to an arm and she sits on it. And they called that out of bounds. I'm not so sure that all the points of contact were out of the ring. 13 seconds left. The score is 10-13. Coach Waldron's telling her, lock her up in a cradle and tilt her straight back. She whips her over to the side, puts in an arm bar, and she's gonna run out of time. 10-13 in the loss for Kenna Merritt. That was a great match, well fought. Unfortunately, she's gonna come up just a little bit short. All right, so we've got some mat assignments. Unfortunately, none in this gym for the girls' side. In fact, not any really in the other gym as well. We do have a couple of matches coming up on the boys' side. Daryl Hunting's going to be in the other gym. Colby Merritt's going to be in the other gym. Ty Thompson is going to be in the other gym. And in this gym, we will have Lane Hunting and Hazen Hess and Cameron Mickelson and Damen Burgess. So we're going to have a big flurry of wrestlers coming up here in just a little while. We are going to be just a few minutes before we get to those matches. Man, we got some great matches here that we're getting our hearts thumping just a little bit. We're excited, and we're going to be right back as soon as we have a Star Valley wrestler up on the mat. Thank you for tuning in. All right, welcome back, wrestling fans. We have got Hazen Hess that is going to be coming up on mat number 1. That is the mat that I am zooming in on right now. And then we have a whole slew of Star Valley wrestlers to follow. Hazen Hess is in the 4th round consolation of the 157 weight bracket. Hazen in on a leg, able to elevate, trying to clear his opponent's leg from between his legs, able to get around a little bit more, and then he does a nice back trip, puts his opponent right to his back. That's going to be a 3-point takedown by Hazen. Hazen's got a crossbody underneath. Hazen trying to fill out how he's going to proceed from here. 5 seconds left in the first period, as this is a consolation bracket. Hazen's going to do, oh, he let his opponent out with 1 second left. So that's going to make the score 3-1 in favor of Hazen Hess of Star Valley. Here we go in the second period. His opponent's going, or Hazen has choice. He's going to defer. His opponent is going to take down. All right, his opponent up to a tripod. Hazen grabs the leg, elevates real high, back trip, returns him back to the mat. His opponent does get a 1 escape point. Hazen has an under. And goes in for a fireman's, able to, his opponent ends up with a headlock on him and throws Hazen, but he throws him out of bounds, and so there's going to be no points scored. Hazen was lucky that that one was out of bounds, as he got caught in a headlock. Score still 3-2 in favor of Hazen. Oh, Hazen gets hit in a slick fireman's. His opponent puts him down for a 3-point takedown. Hazen up for a sit-up for a switch out, and his opponent able to neutralize that. His opponent in on a hard crossface. Now releases that. Now he's going in for a cradle, and he puts Hazen to his back. Hazen almost rolled through it. His opponent's going to scoop his head, though. And that's going to be pretty tight for Hazen to have to get out of. He is bridging up. But he is going to end up getting pinned. Good match for Hazen, and unfortunately that's going to be the end of his weekend, as this was the consolation bracket. A lot of tough kids down here at the Idaho Falls tournament at the Tiger-Grizz. Next we have coming up on that same mat, we've got Cameron Mickelson coming up, and his opponent is from Green, I believe it says Green, GRHS. I'm sorry, I'm not sure what the abbreviations stand for, but this is Cameron Mickelson. Cameron is a senior this year as well. I believe that I failed to mention that yesterday. Cameron's been looking pretty good. His opponent in on a single leg. Cameron able to put him in a front headlock. Cameron's going to try and block that arm now. Oh, he's going to go to try to throw his opponent over to his head, and when that slips through, he goes back around. He's going to get a 3-point takedown out of it. 30 seconds left in the first period. This is the 165 weight class. Mickelson on top, looking for an arm, trying to chop at the right arm there. He's able to get that chopped. Forward momentum to try and flatten out his opponent. There he's able to get his shoulder to the mat, and digging on an arm. And it looks like he's got a very loose cradle in place that he's trying to get up. Unable to do anything before the time goes out, and so we're going to go into the second period with a score of 3-0 in favor of Mickelson. His opponent had choice, he deferred, and when we come back from Cameron having blood time, we will see what Mickelson chooses. coach, of course, taking advantage of the blood time and giving a little bit of coaching. And here we go, back to the action. Mickelson is going to choose neutral. So starting the second period, neutral, score 3-0, favor of Cameron. His opponent reaching for an ankle. Cameron not allowing that. In again on the leg. Cameron doing a good job of defending, and they're going to make their way out of bounds and almost take out the scorer's table. Start back to the middle. Don't think the table realized they didn't stop the clock. And now they're going to stop the clock for just 1 second longer. Okay, back to the middle. His opponent in on a faked ankle pick. Cameron looking for a fireman's, not able to get in. Back it up and restart. Mickelson's got an under tie and an over tie, lets him go. His opponent now has an under tie. 2 under ties. He's got to be careful of a throw here. Mickelson goes in for a fireman's, not able to get there. Playing out on the edge of the mat. Mickelson finds himself in a front headlock. And driving in on his opponent. And they are going to be out of bounds. 33 seconds left in the second period. This is 4th round consolation bracket. Mickelson able to neutralize attempts by his opponent. Mickelson has a front headlock on, trying to do a throw. Unable to get the leverage to do so. They find themselves out on the edge of the mat again. Going to be 5 seconds left in the second period. And we will go to the third period with a score of 3-0 in favor of Cameron Mickelson of Star Valley. His opponent is going to choose a neutral stance. So back to the middle of the mat. Here we go for another neutral start, third period. Heavy on the head, both of the opponents. They're going to make their way out of bounds. Still a lot of just jockeying back and forth. Heavy on the head, both of them trying to set up their shots. Neither one of them doing so. Opponent in on an ankle, not a very good shot. It was from distance. Cam puts him in a front headlock, and his opponent able to clear. They're going to go back to head-to-head, and they're going to most likely dance out of bounds like they've been doing in the past here. Cameron does circle towards the middle, but he pushes his opponent out of bounds. He is going to get a stalling call for that. I believe, actually, the stalling call was on the opponent, not on Mickelson. Opponent in on a single leg. Cameron, he's able to get that. Cameron able to make his way back behind. He's got his hands locked through the crotch. He's able to get back up to his feet. His opponent trying to elevate. He gets a crossface on and able to neutralize that. Mickelson's going to block now and get around back. That's going to be a 3-point takedown. Mickelson now leads the match 6-0. 25 seconds left. His opponent doing a roll. Mickelson good to roll with him. And now he's going to put him into a crossface tilt. And he's going to get some 4 near fall back points out of this. 10 seconds left in the match. He's got his 4 count, but there's no reason really to let him off his back at this point in time. Just hold it out till the end of the match. That's going to make the match 10-0 in favor of Cameron Mickelson. Good match for Mickelson, a good win. All right, next up we have Damen Burgess of Star Valley in the 175 weight class. He's going to be wrestling on that same match. This is the 4th round consolation bracket. A little bit of bias here on this one. This is my son Damien. He is a senior. 4th round consolation bracket. Here we go. Damien in on a blast, and he gets that one leg up, elevates it, flips his opponent right to the mat. Gonna break him right down flat, grabs that wrist. Gonna go right into a bar. He is getting in a chicken wing on the left-hand side here that you guys can see. His opponent getting up to a base. He's able to sling him back. Now he's got a wrist. Now he's gonna run around the head. Keep running until his opponent flips over his shoulders. Now Damien's got him in a bad position. Damien's got to sit back. There we go. Now he's sit back. Now he's got a pin in place. We just got to squeeze that. Boy, he's really leveraging that. We got to look up. Now he got it. There we go. It's a good pin for Damien. That's going to put him into the 5th round of the consolation bracket. All right, so we got a little bit of a break here as we are waiting for the next Star Valley wrestler to come up on the mat. We have a few more coming up in the consolation semis here. So Damien able to win his match, and then we got Daryl Hunting that's going to be coming up on a deck on mat number 2, which is going to be right here on this mat. And hopefully that won't be too long here. Ryan Talbot will be wrestling on mat 11, which is in the other gymnasium, so unfortunately we're not going to be able to see him. Let's take a look at the girls' bracket, see if we have any mat assignments here. We do not, at this point in time, have any matches scheduled for this gymnasium. We do have Settley Roberts that's going to be wrestling on mat number 8. That is in the other gymnasium. All right, let's see if we've got anything else going on here. All right, the mat that's currently on your screen is 5-4 in the 2nd period. Looks like they're going to be coming up on the 3rd period. And actually, I think that Lane's match is going to be in the hole and not on deck. So after that excitement, we're going to take just a short break. Thank you for joining us, and we'll be right back. All right, and as we are waiting for the Lane Hunting match, it looks like he is going to forfeit, most likely a medical forfeit at this point in time. So that will be it for Lane. All right, let me see where we're coming in for some of the other wrestlers here. We have no boys with mat assignments. And we have no girls with mat assignments. So we're going to take a break, and hopefully we'll have some mat assignments here shortly for the varsity and, the varsity boys and girls. We're joining you live from the Skyline High School in Idaho Falls, Idaho for the Tiger-Grizz tournament. We've got 30 teams here. It's been a lot of good wrestling, and we're just waiting for our turn for a little bit of awesomeness. So we're going to go ahead and take a break here. We'll be back as soon as we have some mat assignments. All right, welcome back, Star Valley wrestlers. Wrestling fans. We have a slew of Star Valley wrestlers that are getting ready to come up. Right now, we have got Kobe Merritt coming up. He is in the 144 weight class, and this is the 5th round consolation bracket. We also will have Ty Thompson coming up here shortly in the 150 weight bracket. So we will try and get those to you as best we can. We got Kobe Merritt here going on the first period. This is a consolation bracket, so the first period is only 1 minute long. Kobe's got a leg elevated. Now trying to get to the head or elevate that to the point that he can do a trip. He's got that leg way elevated. He lets go of the leg. Now he's trying to go back around. He's got a front headlock on. Now trying to clear that arm to get back to the head in the hole and get that leg. Able to do a crossbody grab of the leg. And as he goes to swing around back, he is not able to do so before they get out of bounds. So that is going to be 0-0 currently on that match. I believe that the Ty Thompson match is going to be starting here. Actually, he is in the hole, and that's actually a good thing. So we've got Kobe Merritt, second period. No, excuse me, first period, about 12 seconds left. Still 0-0. And that's going to do it for the first period. We will be 0-0 going into the second period. All right, it looks like Kobe's going to be on top. The girls' tournament has concluded for the night. I'll go over those results here shortly. Kobe's got a 2-on-1 underneath the body of his opponent. It looked like he was going to go for a roll tilt. Decided against that. Now he still has that wrist. He's going to drive that out around the head. Now he's going to try and roll it under the body and dig that out. His opponent works himself up to a base and now up to his feet, and Kobe is going to let him go. So that's going to be the first point of the match. Kobe trails 1-0. And now we have the Ty Thompson match that is going to be starting. So let's see if we can get both. It's going to be kind of tricky. So Kobe Merritt will be in the upper left-hand side of your screen there, and Ty Thompson will be in the bottom right-hand side of your screen. Ty in the both in the 5th round of the consolation bracket, Kobe and Ty. So if you can see Ty down there, I will do the best. That is on the edge of our camera range for zoom. And the Ty Thompson match is now started. Watching both matches at the same time. Kobe able to do a block and get around back. He needs to clear that arm, and then he might be able to, he can have a takedown. Not quite there yet. Ty in on a front headlock on the bottom right-hand side of your screen. He's unable to tie anything up. Kobe's opponent able to whip him back down to the mat. Kobe goes straight to his back, and he is giving up back points at this point in time. And Kobe Merritt is going to get pinned. So that will put him out of the tournament at this point in time. Great match for Kobe. Good tournament for Kobe, a good showing. We will come now down here to the Ty Thompson match. So Ty was able to get a stand-up escape after having been taken down. So he is currently trailing the match 1-3. Ty in on a quick ankle pick, able to grab that leg and elevate that. And he is looking for a trip. He's trying for a back trip, unable to get it. At this point in time, he says, oh, I'll just take the other one too. Picks it both up, puts them both to the mat, and he's able to get his 3-point takedown. At the end of the period, that's going to put Ty in the lead 4-3 over his opponent. All right, coming up as well, we have Cooper Burke. He's still in the championship bracket. He's going to be in the quarterfinals, and that is going to be here shortly. Ty Thompson up to his feet, able to escape, and that is going to make it the match 5-3. Ty's opponent quick to that outside leg, tried to get Ty on a corner single. Ty doing a great job of blocking that. He's now got a front headlock on, hunting for that back leg. And they are out on the edge of the mat. And Ty still has him, trying to pull him back in. Ty saying, hey, that's stalling. He's running away. Back to the at least somewhat center of the mat. His opponent in on a single leg, but soon gives up on that. Ty has a crotch grab. He's in on the thigh of his opponent, able to do, swings his opponent past him, able to get out of bounds, but he does get the takedown as well. So that's going to make the score 8-3 in favor of Ty Thompson. Ty on top. Hand control on the left-hand side. And he's going to say it's an illegal hold for the fingers. He didn't have the whole hand. And so Ty is going to have a penalty point against him. That makes the score 8-4 in favor of Ty. Coach down here explaining to the coach or to the refs what he saw, and he's going to say nope, call stands as called. And Ty right off the whistle, back to a back ankle. Able to flatten out his opponent back up to a tripod stance. Now Ty's got a leg in, takes the leg out. He still has that upper thigh grab, helping to immobilize his opponent there. Ty now has a leg in deep, working on a power half. Not able to get that power half in play. Second period drawing to a close with 5 seconds left. 2 and 1. So now we're going to go into the third period. Ty Thompson leading the match 8-4 over his opponent in the 150 weight class. Ty will start on top. Ty's opponent up to a tripod for just a slight moment. Ty looking to put a leg in, unable to do so. His opponent clears his hips from out from underneath Ty, and Ty is going to try and do a lift return, unable to do so. Puts a leg in and trips him instead. So he's got him back down to the mat. Ty's got that thigh grab again. Got a blanket right on. Now he's got an arm bar. And trying to hook that with his other elbow, unable to do so. But he gets the other side now he's working on, not able to get that in either. Ty doing a good job of riding here. We got 1 minute left in the third period. Ty doing a great job. He's got that knee jammed up just above his opponent's thigh, up into the ribcage area, and that makes it really difficult for your opponent to have the space to turn as needed. Ty's got him in a tilt. No back swipes out of it. So no points at this point. Ty does have a leg in. He's got him spread out pretty hard. He's got a chicken wing in though, trying to crank that out. We got 8 seconds left in the match. Ty's got to be careful here not to give up too much here. The momentum gets turned, but Ty runs out of time. It's going to be 8-4 in the final. Ty was going for one more tilt. He did get some tilt points out of it, so it was 12-4. But the reversal did not count as it was after the time had expired. So great win for Ty Thompson in the 5th round of the consolation bracket. So good match for Ty. That's going to put him into, I think, now the worst time that he can finish is 6th place. He'll have a couple of matches that he can fight into a little bit higher positions if he possibly can take care of a couple other matches. Tomorrow morning, that's going to be his last match of the night. 5th round consolation is as far as we're going to go tonight, and the quarterfinals. Our next match is Cooper Burke that's going to be coming up. He is in the quarterfinals, and that is going to be on this mat right here. That's going to be coming up shortly. All right, as for the girls bracket, the girls are done wrestling for the night. The girls were only allowed to bring 1 wrestler per weight class, and so their bracket went a little bit faster than what the boys did. The boys were allowed to bring 2 per weight class. So what we have now for the ladies for tomorrow, 5th round of consolation, we have Angel in for that round in the 100 weight class. We've got Hallie Roberts into the semifinals. Kaston Johnson's into the 5th round of the consolation bracket. We have Settley Roberts into the 5th round of the consolation bracket. Brooke Schwab is in the semifinals. Oakley Hepworth is in the semifinals. And we are definitely missing some wrestlers off there. Let me see if I can get some more information. Oh, we have Vale Foreman into the semifinals. So very good showing for the Star Valley Lady Braves wrestling this weekend. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of their wrestlers will be wrestling tomorrow, fighting for 6th place or better. Should be some good wrestling tomorrow. All right, now we've got coming up here real soon. We're just waiting for this match to finish up that we have got right now on mat number 4, I believe, is where we're at for Cooper Burke. And he'll be coming up here shortly. As for let's jump over to the girls' scores right now, the team scores. So the team scores currently for the girls' bracket as they are finished for the night. Let's take a look here. We've got Thunder Ridge is leading the tournament 92.5 points. We have Star Valley and close behind them at 81.5. Eagle at 80 and Corner Canyon at 79.5. Kuna at 67. So that's your top 5 for the girls wrestling. Star Valley is definitely in reach and in the hunt to try and win this tournament tomorrow. Good luck to you, the Star Valley Braves, Lady Braves, wrestling tomorrow for some placing and some podium placements tomorrow. All right, let's jump back to the boys' side of things. Let's look at the boys' overall team scores. Let's refresh this, make sure that we get the latest and the greatest here. Now remember, we do have 30 teams here. Star Valley is down the list a little bit. Currently, they are in number 9. We have Post Falls at 96 points, Syracuse at 93, Meridian at 92, Minico at 91, Corner Canyon at 86.5, Westlake at 73.5, Madison at 69, Snake River at 62, and Star Valley at 59 points. Star Valley still, the strength of their schedule is actually in the mid to upper weights. And so there are still a lot of points yet to be scored tonight by Star Valley. You will see them creep up that list a little bit from 9th place. I would imagine we'll be in 5th or 6th place by the end of the night tonight. We've got some blood time down here on mat number 4 as we're waiting for Cooper Burke. Almost want to lean over the edge here and tell Lonnie to hurry it up. Ooh, that is a lot of blood time. He just lost that match on blood time. I have never seen that actually happen. The wrestler from Blackfoot, boy, I'm not sure what he's got going on there. It looks like more than a nose, possibly an eye or a cut. Looks like a cut almost from his ear almost down to the edge of his mouth. So he is going to forfeit with blood time. Lonnie has ties to Star Valley. He is a grandson of Gerald Hoops, Gerald and May Jean. And his family currently lives in Blackfoot, and Lonnie is the head coach for the Blackfoot wrestling team. All right, looks like we've got one more match in between here where I'm going to take a quick break, grab a drink, and we'll be right back on the air as soon as Cooper Burke's match is coming up. Thank you. All right, it's about to turn into madness in here. We have got Ryan Talbot currently up. Ryan Talbot in the, let's see here, what weight class is he? I want to say 210. He's the 190 weight class, so he got a takedown, so that's going to make the score 3-0 in favor of Talbot. Talbot working on an arm pry. Able to get that arm out. Unable to do anything with it. Back out to the edge of the mat. They're going to call him out of bounds and bring him back to the middle. Ryan Talbot able to flatten his opponent out. Forcing his opponent forward. Nice hard crossface. And that's going to be end of the first period. Talbot leads 3-0 over his opponent, I believe, from South Fremont. Nope, from Idaho Falls, excuse me. Hand fighting as they move out to the edge of the mat. Ryan's got double unders. And he's going to get a three-point takedown as he's taken out of bounds. That's going to make the score 6-0 in favor of Ryan Talbot. I'm going to zoom out here because we do have Cooper Burke now coming up. On the bottom left-hand side of your screen will be Cooper Burke. And on the upper right-hand side is Ryan Talbot. Ryan Talbot leads his match 6-0. He's got an armbar in. And he does look like it was going to be a tilt, but abandons that and comes back to flatten out his opponent. Burke wrestling an opponent from Minico. Now their match has started. Burke on the lower left-hand side of your screen, wrestling in the 165 weight class. His opponent going in on a leg, unable to get there. Burke defending. He's got a 2-on-1 on that arm. And Minico goes in to try and flatten out Burke, and Burke able to get around back and flatten that out. And I apologize, I missed something over on Ryan's match. Looks like he got a pin though. He did, so that's going to be a good pin for Ryan Talbot. He'll move on in the consolation bracket, I believe, is where he's at. It is, so good win for Ryan Talbot. Trying to watch multiple matches at the same time. A little bit difficult for me, so I apologize. I'm trying to do the best I can to get all of these. Minico is historically, man, they bring tough wrestlers to the table. And so we've got Cooper Burke out here going at it with a wrestler from Minico. The score is currently 4-0, I believe. Their scoreboard's broke, so I believe it's 4-0 in favor of Minico. Burke hunting on a leg there, not able to get there. Minico puts him in a front headlock. Burke's now got a leg, elevating. He's going to dump him and able to get a three-point takedown as they are out on the edge of the mat. Cooper's going to drive him out of bounds. They're going to return back to the middle there. The score is currently 3-4 in favor of Minico with 1:03 left in the first period. This match seems a little bit longer because this is a championship bracket. This is the quarterfinals. And Cooper is, so it's a 2-minute match there. We also have some other wrestlers coming up. We could have Cameron Mickelson at any point in time coming up on his mat. Damen Burgess coming up on his. And Grant Thompson. In fact, over on mat number 6, we currently have Mickelson. I will get over there just as quickly as I can. His match just started. The score is still 0-0. And that is the 5th round consolation bracket. Cooper's opponent quick off of the turn there to get around and get a 2-point reversal. Cooper stands up, able to clear and get a 1-point escape and prevent his opponent from doing a lift return. Mickelson on the other mat, still heavy on the head, or both of them, and neither one of them are shooting at this point. Mickelson trying a shuck by, unable to get his opponent into the grasp that he needs. 10 seconds left with that match in the first period. Mickelson's match is 0-0. They're going to head into the second period. Burke out on the edge of the mat shoots, and he is going to shoot out of bounds. Looks like the score is currently 4-4 on the Burke and Minico mat. Now we're going to head into the second period. Score 4-4, tied up. Cameron Mickelson over on his mat had a headlock locked up on his opponent, unable to make anything of it, and both of them are back to their feet, working on their way out of bounds. Burke starts on top, trying to dig out an arm. Mickelson gets slung to the mat by his opponent. Actually, No, he started down, so there is no takedown in place, but Mickelson actually gets an escape point, so he leads that match 1-0. Mickelson, nice shuck by, able to get around back. That's going to be a 3-point takedown. Currently 4-0 over his opponent. Oh, and Burke and Minico wrestle off the mat. There's a 1 point awarded to, I believe, Minico for an escape. Mickelson having a good match over here. He just did an arm pry, rolled his opponent flat to the mat. Now he's got an arm bar in place. Let's go with that arm bar, gets back around back. Burke in on a double leg, trying to blast it through. He does keep it in bounds, and he does get the 3-point takedown. He dragged his feet nicely right out of the edge of the arena, and that is going to be a takedown for Burke. Let me see if I can get a different side of the scoreboard that isn't broken and see what that score is here. It is 7-3 in favor of Burke. And over on Mickelson's mat, Mickelson has got his opponent tied up. He's got his weight a little bit high and did get some near fall points out of it, but he's not going to get the pin. He's going to readjust, get his weight back, and unable to do so before the end of the period. So Mickelson is going to end up leading that match 8-0 going into the third period. Burke currently leading 7-4 over his opponent. In on a single leg, comes back out. And Burke and Minico are out on the edge of the mat, working out there. Oh, over on the Cameron Mickelson mat, his opponent just did a lateral drop. Mickelson trying to roll through it, unable to do so, trying to work his way out of bounds. His opponent puts his toes in the circle of the mat, and he is fighting off his back, trying not to get pinned at this point. Mickelson doing a good job of doing that. He's able to roll back over the top, but unable to do that before they get out of bounds. That's going to make the score 8-7 on the Mickelson match, with Mickelson leading at this point in time. We're going to pan back over there as well. No, Burke had some blood time, and looks like they've got them all cleaned up and they're ready to go. Boy, what a great match over here with Mickelson as well. Minute 25 left in the third period. Mickelson starting on bottom. Currently leads by 1 point. He is going to let Mickelson stand up, so that's going to give Mickelson a 2-point lead, 9-7, with a minute and 10 seconds left in the third period. Now in the Burke and Minico match, 7-4 is the score currently, and that is going to take them into the third period. Burke is going to start on bottom. Burke quick to his feet and able to get an escape point. That's going to make the score 8-4. Over on the Mickelson match, head-to-head, both down to their knees. Cooper Burke able to get quickly back around his opponent, able to get a quick takedown and work their way out of bounds. That's going to make the score 11-4 in favor of Burke. Minute 41 left in the Burke and Minico match. Mickelson still leads his match by 1 point. His opponent does another lateral drop, able to put Mickelson straight to his back, and that's going to be a pin. That's a tough match for Mickelson. He had that one hard fought and just got caught in a lateral drop and put him right to his back. That was fifth round consolation. That will do it for Mr. Mickelson, I believe, for the weekend. But great weekend overall for Mickelson, a senior on the wrestling team. All right, over here on the Minico match, the Minico just got dinged for stalling. 1 minute left in the third period. Cooper Burke leading 11-5. Burke looking to set up a shot. I could see Burke take a quick look at the clock out of the corner of his eye. His opponent's in on a single leg. Burke able to wrestle through it. Minico's got a leg, trying to elevate. Burke's not allowing. He never covered his hips, and so they're going to call it a stalemate and stand him back up in the middle here. Now we've got Damen Burgess starting over on mat number 2. We will get to his match in about 18 seconds as soon as Burke is done here. 10 seconds left in the Burke match. Damien's waiting for a coach, and he's got to wait for Burke to be done with his match before he can do that. Burke is just going to put it into a headlock, and that is going to do it. Good win for Cooper Burke. He'll move on into the finals. Great win for Burke. Over here now to Damen Burgess on the far side of the mat. This is 5th round consolation. His opponent looking for a headlock throw, and Damen gets caught in a headlock throw. Damien's going to try and weasel out of there. He does. His opponent's going to get a 3-point takedown and 2 back points. Damien's going to get an escape point. They're going to work their way out of bounds. Damen needs to stay away from those headlock throws. Damen in on a deep single leg, able to get around the corner. Got his opponent down to the mat. That's going to be a 3-point takedown. That's going to make the score 4-5 in favor of Damen. Damien's got a headlock, or not a headlock, excuse me. He's got a half on. Now he flips over to the other side for a half on the other side. 2 seconds left in the match, or in the period. And that's going to put it into the second period with Burgess trailing 4-5. Burgess gets the choice. Burgess is going to defer. His opponent is going to choose down. He wants an extra point out of this. His opponent quick to his feet. Damen not able to get his arm. He's able to get in on a leg, though. Damen needs to be careful not to allow his opponent to lock that up. Damien's circling around, forcing his opponent's weight backwards. This is going to end in a stalemate here. Well, maybe not. Damen able to continue to turn, and now finds his opponent in an awkward position, and his opponent bellies out to abandon post. Damen with a hard crossface. Minute and 30 seconds left in the second period. Damien's got a wrist on the left-hand side, trying to roll that under the body. Now he's got an arm bar, and he's going to roll it right to his back. He's going to get some near-fall points out of this. Hopefully he can get a pin out of this. He just needs to settle up that weight, which he did, and he gets a pin out of it, so Damien's going to move on. Nice match for Damen. So he'll continue in the consolation bracket, and he'll have the opportunity to wrestle 2 more matches tomorrow to hopefully ultimately get into the 3rd place match. All right, that was fast and furious as we're coming down to the end of the tournament here. In fact, that is all of the Star Valley wrestlers that have mat assignments at this point, and that's actually going to do it for the night for the Star Valley wrestlers. Thank you so much for tuning in for us tonight. We sure do have fun doing this. I know that we have a little bit of dead time as this is a tournament, and that's just the way that it functions. And we're not able to get all the mats, which we're sad about, actually, because we'd love to see a little bit more of the Perrys wrestling. Almost all of their matches were in the other gym tonight. But what fun this tournament has been, and tomorrow more of the matches will be here in the main gym as we move into the championship rounds. Thank you so much to the Wyoming Army National Guard for sponsoring this broadcast, for SVI Media for making this possible. We're going to bid you adieu as we are done with our Star Valley matches for the night. Thank you for joining in and supporting the Star Valley wrestlers, both the boys and the girls teams and the JV teams. Have a good night.